Council meeting. We are grateful to have you joining us as we continue to hold electronic meetings. Welcome to the members of the public who may be watching our usual video feeds online. Even though we are not in person, this meeting is still considered an open and public meeting. Today is a work session only and there is no public comment scheduled. However, Tuesday, April 20th will be the next opportunity for the public to comment during our 7 p.m. formal meeting. Your feedback is always welcome, and you can share your comments with the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, or emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by calling our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. Our first item of business is an update from the administration. I see Mayor Mendenhall. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for joining us. I will turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, City Council, as always, for making time for us to give you an update on some of the emergency situations that we're dealing with. And just to begin, I wanted to alert anybody who might be listening to the meeting that we do have a high wind alert, which I know we've been having wind since the middle of last night. It's kind of hard to sleep when you hear those winds pick up after what we went through in September, but not anticipating winds of the gusts that we saw then, of course, but 40 to 60 mile an hour gusts starting about 6 p.m. tonight through 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So the National Weather Service is asking people to secure anything that could possibly be blown away, which hopefully won't include any trees. So last week, as you know, and as you stood with me, thank you, I used my emergency powers to require that the masks continue to be worn in all public settings within Salt Lake City limits. And as you know, we base that data on the fact that only a quarter of residents, approximately about 25% in Rose Park, 23% in Glendale, have received at least one vaccine dose, and that compares to 49% in the avenues and 52% on the East Bench. So every part of Salt Lake City is still in the high rate of case incidence, or very high rate as defined by our state. And last week, as of last week, our 14-day and 3-day daily case averages had plateaued, so no longer seeing a decline. We've also seen further data since then from our partners at the University of Utah that indicates that cases are significantly increasing on the west side of the valley, and they anticipate that the more contagious UK variant of COVID-19 will be the predominant variant in Utah within just a few weeks. This mask requirement will stay in place until the state meets the 3 thresholds set out in HB 294. And as you know, 2 of the 3 are already met. It's the prime dose allocation to the state of Utah that remains outstanding. And at that point, our original emergency declaration from 2020 will no longer be valid. So right now, the state is reporting about 1.1 million, and the legislation directs that 1.6 million doses are needed before those emergency orders are no longer valid. In the county, we have seen nearly 160,000 people partially vaccinated and over 281,000 fully vaccinated. If there aren't any questions on COVID, I'll move on to an update on our resource fairs and community commitment program. Okay. The Fleet Block Resource Fair has just happened recently, in that there were 5 cases heard through our justice courts there, 25 COVID vaccines administered, and these are the one-time doses, the Johnson & Johnson, I believe. And 4th Street Clinic provided COVID-19 testing and found 1 person positive. Workforce Services engaged with 19 people and offered to help with mainstream benefits as well as employment assistance. The Asian Association of Utah Partnership engaged 10 people there. YWCA was out there working on building relationships and connections with individuals, women in particular, of course. And Odyssey House engaged 8 people. VOA was able to place 1 person into shelter and helped 22 people get connected with a vaccine. So great work from the homeless partners at the Fleet Block. The abatement and the closure of camping on Fleet Block will happen on Wednesday, tomorrow, and notice was provided to campers that they're expected to leave the area by 5 p.m. this evening. I want to thank the council for considering an extension of the temporary land use agreement to keep the Salt Lake temporary winter housing program at the airport in up and running for 2 more months. And the Women's Overflow Motel program that's run by Utah Community Action in partnership with the Geraldine E. King Center has received funding from the state to continue operations until October 15th, when the next overflow season will begin, which is fantastic news. If there's no questions from the council on the homeless engagement, I wanted to give you one more quick update on what we announced on Friday afternoon when we celebrated our city's first responders becoming the first in the nation to become certified by Culture City Training, which is a sensory inclusion training. It means that more than 95% of our first responders, so 911, police, and fire, have received this in-depth Culture City training, and it better prepares them all for when they encounter individuals with sensory needs. When you learn that 1 in 6 people in the United States have sensory needs, it becomes really clear how paramount it is that our first responders have the training and are as well equipped as possible to serve those individuals well. So this could mean someone who has autism. It could mean someone with PTSD. It could mean our veterans as well. It could mean someone who's had a stroke or has any other sensory needs. And so this training also means that most of our first responders will be equipped with a sensory bag, and that includes earmuffs and fidget toys, sunglasses for light sensitivity, and more as a way of helping individuals with sensory needs process situations that they may find themselves in. So we completed the training in less than 6 months, and I think that shows just how committed our city is to ensuring that Salt Lake is an inclusive and a welcoming place for everyone, and also shows a great deal of passion from our employees to receive this training. So we've already seen some examples of benefit of this training play out in our community, and I just want to thank Joe and Renee Ingalls, who brought this training idea to us, even though Culture City had never trained a team of first responders in the world. But as great members of our community, they brought this to our attention after a tragic incident, not fatal, but tragic incident that happened here in Salt Lake City a few months ago. So Joe and there's Salt Lake City 911 dispatch they received just, I think, a couple of hours ago, an award for Communications Center of the Year. And that was awarded during the National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. This week is National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, so please don't call 911 to thank them, but you could send them an email and thank them for the amazing work they do. And the Utah chapter of the National Emergency Number Association is who presented that award to our 911 dispatch. So great work. Thank you, Director Burnett, for your incredible leadership of that team. And it's great to see in such a tangible way that they are the best in the state and probably beyond. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to say, I don't know if Lisa, Director Burnett is on or listening, but what an accomplishment to end her career with, as she is retiring and her last day is Thursday. So quite the accomplishment for her and her team and the work that they've done over her career total. But I think this last year, 2020, was quite a doozy, especially for them. And I just think that it's amazing that they received that accomplishment. So thank you for bringing that up, Mayor. Next, we will have an update on racial equity in policing, and Allison Rowland will join us for that.
I'm
Or
actually going to be Allison this week. Kira Luke, council staff. And all we have for you this week is that the commission will be having their next public meeting next Wednesday, April 21st at 5 p.m. Anyone interested in listening to that meeting or following the commission's work or connecting with them can find them on Facebook by looking up the Salt Lake City Racial Equity and Policing Commission or on their webpage at slcrepcommission.com. And that's it from me.
Thank you, Kira. Next, we will have a briefing regarding an interlocal agreement for the 700 South Reconstruction Project Corridor Preservation Funds. We have Ben Ludke from the council office, Matt Cassell, our city engineer, and Blake Thomas, the director of CAN. So I will turn the time over to Ben and we'll go from there.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The administration is asking the council to approve a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign an interlocal agreement with Salt Lake County. The county council approved a corresponding resolution that would allow the city to receive $611,000 from the county. The city purchased property from Suburban Land Reserve for realigning the intersection of 700 South at 5600 West. The county is providing a grant of $611,000 from the Corridor Preservation Funds. This mostly covers the cost, which was $896,000 to purchase that property. The Corridor Preservation Fund uses revenue from vehicle registration fees, and the county administers the fund by providing grants to cities to preserve public rights of way for roads and transit. The Council of Governments, or the COG, as it's sometimes called, recommends to the county council which projects should receive that grant funding. And the realignment of 700 South was recommended by the COG and then approved by the county council. The realignment of 700 South is necessary because the Utah Department of Transportation is reconstructing 5600 West. Without the realignment, the intersection would not be safe and likely wouldn't be functional. The administration is requesting that the $611,000 reimbursement be used for reconstructing 700 South, where the Union Pacific Railroad tracks cross the street. There will also be some Class C, this is gas tax funding, needed to fully fund the realignment. The project is expected to be completed in the summer of 2022. And I think we have city engineer Matt Castle, who has a couple images showing the project location and the realignment of 700 South.
Good evening. Actually, I don't have those images set unless they're coming out of the report. Are they, Ben?
We have them ready to screen share if you're ready to talk about them, Matt.
I'm ready to talk about them then.
Just one moment while I pull those up.
Thank you. Just real quick, you can see at the bottom of this picture, you can see the existing 700 South existing road. In the colored segment, there's a lot of engineering data and curve and information, but that's the boundaries of the property that was purchased. A little over 2 acres was purchased. And if you go to the next slide, that really better tells the story of what we were trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Our next, we are way ahead of schedule, so hopefully Laura is available because we are now at the Department of Public Utilities proposed budget. Yay, budget season. Laura is our first kickoff of our budget season. So we have Sam here as well from the council office, and Laura Briefer, the Director of Public Utilities, with members of her team as well. I'll turn it over to Sam in case there's a brief update, and then you guys can take it from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will just outline a little bit about the staff report, highlight some of the bigger items in the budget, and then I know the department has prepared a presentation. So the Department of Public Utilities, of course, includes 4 enterprise funds: the sewer utility, the water utility, the stormwater utility, and the utility that provides the city's street lighting. The rate increases, especially in the water utility and the sewer utility, were partially deferred last year. So there was no rate increase adopted for the water utility. There are rate increases proposed again this year of 18% in the sewer utility, proposed 8% in the water utility, and a proposed 10% in the stormwater utility. There's not a rate increase proposed for the street lighting utility. However, that utility does propose a rate study in the near future. There is funding in this fiscal year's budget for that. So the rate increases in the sewer and water utilities especially go to fund debt obligations for massive generational capital projects. So the wastewater treatment facility, of course, as you know, is being reconstructed. That's well underway at this point. Additionally, there are I think hundreds of millions of dollars of both delayed and deferred capital needs in the context of the city's water treatment facilities. So not the wastewater facilities, the water treatment facilities that provide drinking water for Salt Lake City and for the department's entire water service area, which covers a significant amount of Salt Lake County. So that is just something that staff wants to highlight for you council members. Obviously, you know about the wastewater treatment facility. It's a massive project. There are also these massive projects planned in the water utility over the next 5 years. So the department also proposes 17 new full-time equivalent positions. A lot of this has to do with increased regulatory needs in the utility, the various utilities. Obviously, personnel goes to address personnel capacity issues in the context of the capital projects planning and implementation that's going on right now. The department proposes a 2.5% cost of living adjustment, as well as the standard merit increases for its employees that are merit. Calling your attention to the policy questions. Council members have sometimes asked about impact fees, the status of the public utilities impact fee update. They haven't been updated since 1999. There have been questions regarding the department's use of outside legal resources and how those legal resources coordinate with the city attorney's office. Then below the policy questions, you'll see major item detail on each one of the utilities, including, again, just kind of a outline of projects that might be interesting to you in each of the enterprise funds. So some of those projects are called out specifically toward the end of the staff report. So with that, Madam Chair, I would ask to turn it over to the department for their presentation. Thank you.
Take it away, Director Briefer.
Thank you. Council Chair Fowler. So thank you very much for hearing our budget presentation today. We're excited to give it to you. We have here with me our two deputy directors, Jesse Stewart and Marion Rice. We also have our finance administrator, Lisa Tarfelli, as well as our chief engineer, Jason Brown. So we're all here to propose this budget and also answer any questions that you might have. Next slide, please. So just for the purposes of this presentation, the mission of Salt Lake City Public Utilities has been longstanding, serving our community and protecting our environment. We take that very seriously. As you know, we provide drinking water to not only to Salt Lake City residents, but also to a number of residents outside of the city, primarily in the communities of Mill Creek, Cottonwood Heights, and Holiday. We also provide wastewater services, stormwater services, and street lighting services. And I'll describe what these photos are. This is, I believe, Lake Blanche in the big Cottonwood watershed. Beautiful photo of Lake Blanche. Next slide, please. So our budget priorities for fiscal year 2022 and beyond, because our budget does reflect some long-term multi-year planning, because some of our infrastructure takes that long to both build and plan for, and also lasts for a generation or two. So aging infrastructure investment is a very high priority for us. As Sam mentioned, we are in the middle of reconstructing our sewer treatment plant to both meet new regulatory requirements for nutrients, and also because it's near the end of its useful life. The plant is over 50 years old and needs replacement. We also have identified through extensive condition and other assessments with respect to our water treatment plants that those will need some major work, including potential replacement over the next few years. So we're planning for that, and that's reflected in both this budget and also our outlook that we always provide to you. Water resources and water conservation are prominent in our budget priorities this year. That has everything to do with making sure that we're planning appropriately for the next 50, 60 years of water supply and demand for our growing community. We want to make sure that we are implementing water conservation and water resource management appropriately for that. We also have a number of new regulatory considerations. Chief among them in the water utility is the anticipated implementation of the new federal lead and copper rule that will require us to add on some new operational and capital requirements. The other piece of that is anticipation of a new stormwater permit under our regulatory requirements under our MS4 permit. We're working with the Division of Water Quality on that. Right now, as we see the increases as well as the financial strategies moving forward as we plan for these rather large aging infrastructure projects are chief among our priorities, and you'll see that in our out years as well as we try to meet our debt ratios and other financial metrics through appropriate financial planning. And then sustainability is also very important to us, and sustainability really is something that's implemented in every phase of our project, whether we're looking at environmental sustainability, such as energy use, or social sustainability and social issues, such as keeping tabs on affordability and environmental justice issues. Next slide, please. I thought it would be helpful to know the COVID-19 considerations for this year's budget. That was something that was chief among our considerations last year, particularly around some of the uncertainties with respect to revenues. And what we've noted is that revenues over the last year through the 2020 events have remained stable for us. We're still evaluating a likely shift in where those revenues came from during the pandemic. The height of the pandemic, it looks as if some revenues might have shifted more towards residential water use and less commercial, but we're still looking through that information. Last year, you might recall that we deferred most of our planned rate increases except for sewer in order to just be conservative and judicious and definitely sensitive to whatever consequences that our community might face. This year, we are reinstating that planned series of rate increases on a gradual level. And we're also catching up this year on some of the delayed capital projects that we had planned for last year, but removed towards the last minute once the pandemic issues settled in, and as well as some programs and staffing needs that we had identified for capacity. Currently, we are monitoring increased materials and labor costs for our capital projects. There are some potential impacts from the pandemic that have caused some supply chain issues. And our chief engineer, Jason Brown here, has been monitoring that along with our construction manager and design teams as well. Next slide, please. So our total public utilities budget this year with all 4 utilities is a little over $420 million, with bond proceeds of about $156 million. And part of our financing for the water reclamation facility as a low interest federal loan under the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, or WIFIA, at just under $94 million. We are planning rate increases for water, sewer, and stormwater utilities, as Sam mentioned, and the capital improvement investments really reflecting the aging infrastructure that we are trying to steward is a little under $283 million, with an operations budget over the 4 utilities of a little under $115 million. We are proposing 17 additional employees, bringing staffing from 447.5 to 464.5 full-time equivalent employees. There also, you'll see in our staffing chart, an ask for 6 seasonal positions. 5 of those positions are intended to continue with the City's Apprentice program for our department that was funded through the end of June, I believe. And we'd like to continue that as we get people up to speed in that apprentice program. Next slide, please. And this is just our proposed personnel adjustments for the upcoming fiscal year, and we've divided them out by utility. And so we can see that there are 9.3 additional employees for the water utility, 3.35 for sewer, 4.2 for stormwater, and let's see, am I reading that right? Yeah, and 0.15 for street lighting. And the allocations, we are very careful with how we allocate our FTEs. Our employees are not assigned necessarily to one particular utility. The organizational structure of our department is very cross-functional, so our employees do work for all of our utilities most of the time. I wanted to point out 2 positions here, and I'm happy to take questions on any of the others. But one position is a project manager under the water utility. That position is anticipated as part of an agreement with the United States Forest Service for us to receive federal funds through the Get Outdoors, America Get Outdoors Act, and enter into an agreement with the Forest Service to actually build and design some additional restroom capacity within our watersheds, which has a direct link to our watershed protection and capacity. if that agreement doesn't pan out, that position won't be hired, but we wanted to make sure it was in here. And then the other position I'd like to highlight is the Chief Strategy and Innovations Officer for our department. A primary goal for that position is to work very closely with our finance division, our chief engineer, and myself to identify what types of federal and other funding we can get our hands on to help support these infrastructure projects out into the future. I believe that there are some opportunities, particularly coming down the line within the next few months to a year on the federal side with respect to infrastructure investment. And so we want to make sure that we are right there and ready to apply for grants or low interest loans, anything that we can do to help support the replacement of our aging infrastructure. There are also some other innovations that we would like to explore. Chief among them is to work closely with the overall innovations priorities for the city, whether it's the ERP process or other processes, smart cities, those types of things. So this person will give us a very important strategic and long-term strategy view. And are there any questions so far? Okay. The next slide, please. So these next slides just go through each utility at high level. And then after this, we have some information regarding the impacts of the rate increases. And so I'll just kind of go through here, and if there are any questions, please break in. So our water utility budget is a little over 127 million. And with that, the revenue for that budget includes water service fees and bond proceeds that contribute to about 85 million, 85.4 million, and 26.1 million respectively. We are proposing reserve fund use at 6.8 million with an overall rate increase of 8%. And of that budget, the capital improvements for this fiscal year are 39.6 million, and the emphasis on those improvements are treatment plants, water mains, wells, smart meters, and our reservoirs. Chief among the treatment plants is some pretty intensive design work and alternatives analysis for the eventual replacement of the big Cottonwood treatment plant. Next slide, please. For the sewer utility budget, we are proposing 268.2 million for the total budget. Revenue for that budget will be comprised of bonds and loans, and we will be transferring unspent bond proceeds to the reserve fund for use on the new water reclamation facility. Our debt service payments will be about 16.4 million for that fiscal year, and an overall rate increase of 18% is proposed. The capital improvement program primarily includes the new water reclamation facility, but also a fair amount of sewer collection system work and lift station work. Our capital improvements in this utility of 226.1 million. The new water reclamation facility is 84% of that sewer CIP budget, 71% of the overall sewer utility budget, and 45% of the total public utilities budget. I think that just goes to show the scale and importance of that project. The photo here I've included was actually taken on April 2nd. That's part of the construction site of the new water reclamation facility. And what you see there is a pile of crushed concrete. We are, for the concrete that we're demolishing at the existing facility, we're recycling all of that into the new facility as part of our LEED and Envision efforts for the site as well. So we're trying to recycle as much material as we can in the construction of the new facility. And I'll just add, if anybody wants a tour of that construction site, we are always happy to give it. It's quite fascinating right now. Next slide, please. So our stormwater utility budget is proposed at 19.2 million. Stormwater fees are projected to generate about 10.7 million in revenue, with bond proceeds projected at 6.1 million. We are using some reserve funds from 2020 bond proceeds at 1.4 million. And our capital improvement program is proposed to be 8.5 million, and that includes stormwater lines, lift station, riparian corridor projects, and detention basin projects, and some landscaping, with a rate increase of 10% proposed in this utility. The photo you see here is at our 900 South Wetlands site, and we have a couple of folks cleaning up some of the debris in there. That one of them is holding a very large vacuum cleaner to get some of that up. So, all right, next slide, please. Finally, our street lighting utility budget is proposed at just about 5.7 million, with street lighting fees and reserves accounting for the majority of the projected revenue. Our capital improvement program is pretty stable at 2.2 million, and we are proposing a new rate study to help with the implementation of the new street lighting master plan if that gets adopted. So we're trying to plan ahead with respect to how our rate structure or rates might change with respect to implementation of that plan over time. Also, it's just time for a new rate study in that utility. I think the last one we did was in 2017. So it's time for us to do another one. Next slide, please. So here we have a few slides here with respect to rate projections and their impact, and some summary slides. Next slide, please. So our 5-year rate adjustment plan, we always try to present a projected rate adjustment plan to you when we propose our annual budget. And we've proposed out to fiscal year 26 for each of the 4 utilities. We probably will have some work to do to refine the projections in the street lighting utility. This is just our best estimate at this moment. But you can see the projections for water, sewer, and stormwater. And those projections do reflect the aging infrastructure investments that we plan to make through our asset management, as well as debt management going forward. Next slide, please. And then we've also included some slides that I hope are helpful with respect to the monthly impact of our proposed rate increases on examples of different customers based on their water use profiles. And you can see and this is for our city customers within Salt Lake City. And so we've included different types of residential use based on medium or high, medium, low, or minimum water use. All of those fit profiles of some of our customers, and what that monthly change would be for our residential customers. And it ranges between $1.41 per month for a minimum water user to $13.78 a month for someone who uses a lot of water per month. So between 6 CCF and 70 CCF. We've also included a couple of examples for different industrial or commercial users on our system. We have so much variability with commercial, industrial, and institutional customers. We picked out a couple, but there are a lot of different. Any questions so far on any of the rates? Okay, next slide, please. And we've also calculated the water rate increase monthly impact for our customers outside of Salt Lake City. As you know, we have a rate differential on our customers outside of the city, and we examine that differential every time we do a rate study to make sure that it meets the cost of service and appropriateness criteria. And again, we've looked at between different levels of residential water use and industrial and commercial use for our customers outside of the city. Residential water use could change between $1.90 to see, $10.60. I probably need my glasses to read that. And then our industrial and commercial users will also be proportionately affected as well. Next slide, please. And we've looked at the monthly impact with respect to our sewer rate increases. And again, that impact is based on the level of water use. And so we've looked at the different levels of residential water use, plus a couple of examples of industrial and commercial customers. And so that change will range between $1.58 to $11.85, or approximately, for different residents, depending on the amount of water they use during the winter time. And then again, a lot of variability in our commercial, industrial, and institutional customers on this too, but we picked out a couple of examples to show you there too. Next slide. Stormwater rate increase with respect to residents. Most residents are less than 0.25 acres in the city, and their change will be 55 cents a month. For residential more than 0.25 acres, their change will be 76 cents. And then again, a lot of variability in our commercial, industrial, and institutional customers, because the fee is based on acres of land expresses as an equivalent residential unit. And so there's a lot of variability in that equivalent residential unit. And we gave a couple of examples there. Next slide. And then we do some comparisons to see how our rates look compared to others in the Intermountain West, as well as others in the state of Utah. And you can see the yellow line is our current rate, the blue line is our proposed rate. And here we've compared ourselves to Flagstaff, Arizona, Boise, Idaho, Cheyenne, Wyoming, Denver, Colorado, Reno, Nevada, Las Vegas, Phoenix, Arizona, and Henderson, Nevada, just to get a sense of where we're at. And here our water rate comparisons are still relatively low compared to those other cities. Next slide, please. Then we also look at local comparisons with other municipalities or districts in the state, and with the yellow being the current rates and the blue being our proposed rates. You can see we're kind of in the middle on those as well. Next slide, please. Then we take a look at those rate comparisons for our sewer rates. And again, the yellow is our current sewer rate and the blue is our proposed rate. And we are looking like we're a little bit higher compared to these other cities. The caveat I'd have with that is we don't really know what their plans are for their large capital improvement projects, or if they have those types of plans, if they have the need to meet the new Clean Water Act requirements. So that's something that we continue to track over time. I think we gather this information in November, the November timeframe. Next slide. And these are our sewer rates compared with cities and local sewer districts. And you can see that our proposed rate is on the high side compared to these other sewer districts. I know that some of these sewer districts or cities probably do have some infrastructure improvement plans, but we just don't know what that is or what that impact will be in the future. So again, we'll continue to monitor that as well. And this really reflects that generational project of replacing our water reclamation facility. Next slide, please. And this is our stormwater rates compared with local cities in Utah. And our current is yellow, the proposed is in blue, and we're on the low side with respect to our stormwater rates compared to these other cities. Next slide. And that's my last slide. I'd be happy to answer any questions, my team and I.
Thank you so much, Laura. It's always good to see you. Council members, do we have questions? Yeah.
Madam Chair. Thanks, Director Briefer. My question is, I have two questions. First, is it legal or possible to only put the rate increase on the high users of water to try and incentivize people to use less water? Or has that been looked at?
That is a great question, Council Member Mono. And we look at that every time we do a rate study. That's a structural issue in our rates. And with respect to our water rates, we do need to be defensible based on cost of service. But the last rate study that we conducted with a pretty diverse rate advisory committee as part of a public process, we had our rate advisory committee, which is made up of community members and groups that represented, sort of industrial users, low income and affordability advocates, and environmental groups. Our last rate advisory committee did have they had several principles that they set, and one of their principles was incentivizing conservation. And as a result of that, we did put some of the rates more onto those higher users. They had some other values too, and major principles that they wanted to make sure that we implemented in our rate structure. And that also included affordability. And so we made some changes to our rate structure to meet that principle, as well as equity and fairness. And so that is a very systematic and thoughtful process when we talk about rate structures in order to make sure it's defensible and also recognizes the values of our community.
So does that mean we already do that?
We do, but there are different levels in which you could do that. And okay. I think what I was trying to say, we're trying to balance a lot of these different principles that sometimes are not completely aligned with one another. They can sometimes be in conflict. So
thank you. My second question is, how can the street lighting utility operate with only 2.72 people? Is there a bunch of other people that are in a different department that are maintaining street lights, or is that really all it takes?
Right now it's all it takes because we contract for the maintenance work. So we have a contract with Black & McDonald. They do the pole maintenance, electrical, and LED and light replacement. So
thanks, I was just curious.
Thank you.
Other questions? I have, oh, sorry, Chris, I didn't see your hand up.
No problem. Director Briefer, in the staff report, it talks about the one-stop planning services and making that more efficient, and whether it would having a dedicated employee to that would help. But then I see there's a proposal for $50,000 for a process improvement study. wouldn't it be better to just use that to hire an FTE? That's
Yeah,
like an expensive study.
well, there are two things. First of all, we do have a dedicated FTE to the One Stop. It's not always the same person because we like to make sure that we train our different employees in order to learn about our ordinances and make sure that they're up on a lot of the design standards. So we do have that. The process improvement study is in partnership with the Community and Neighborhoods Department, where we also wanted to see if there were ways in which we can improve the process between our departments and other city departments in terms of how the actual development review process occurs. That was actually something that was in last year's budget, but due to the pandemic and some interruptions that we experienced this year, we didn't get around to doing that. But we'd still like to do that to make sure that, you know, we want to make sure that we're flagging the improvements that we need to make. We're not just doing things the way we've always done them, because that's how we've always done them, and it takes a coordinated effort between our different divisions.
Okay. Then my second question was just about the use of outside legal resources. Can you tell me more about that?
Sure. Yeah, when Sam was reviewing our budget, he asked the question about outside legal resource expenditures. So we provided a table of the last few years for reference. And the majority of our outside legal work has to do with the administration of our water rights. But in particular, in 2018 and 19, we were in the very intense portion of the state's water right adjudication process, which is a legal process in which our water rights will be adjudicated by a court. And with that, we have a number of firms that we've worked with over many years that have strong institutional knowledge of our water rights, and they were deployed to help us. I know we filed hundreds of water user claims as part of that process, and did a lot of research. In one case, our oldest water right was July 23rd, 1847 in City Creek, and we had a number of others that were quite old too. So the research in terms of ownership and deeds was quite intensive. So that's the majority of our legal work at any time. You can see over the last few years that our legal fees have gone down quite a bit. That definitely shows the tapering off of the intensive work of the adjudication, but we're also anticipating the adjudication maybe ramping up a little bit more once some of the water rights are going into different parts of the process.
Okay, but that all has an end date on it, doesn't it? All of that litigation, doesn't it have to be like brought within a certain time? And so like that should continue even if it spikes up a little bit, like overall it should keep going down?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my last question was just, I think I probably know the latest, but if you could update my colleagues on the, we had the special conditions with the 4th Ave well from the last budget. If you could talk about that just a little bit and what the update is there.
Yeah, if you don't mind, council member, I'd like to call on Jesse Stewart to give that update.
Sure.
Good evening. Hopefully everybody can hear me. So we've gone, as you know, Councilmember Wharton, we've gone through a lot of public engagement on this. We are in the process of construction now. We are shooting for a June 1st deadline to have the well operational. That said, there will be some cosmetic and landscaping that will take place after that. We're looking to have the inner wall of the building constructed so that we can have the well operational June 1st, and then we'll complete that through the summer as we continue on. We're on a tight time frame right now to get that going for water resources, but if we don't have any significant delays, we should be okay. We have had COVID delays. We've also got, just construction delays right now with getting concrete delivered on time and things like that. So we're definitely shooting to be moving forward. But based on all the work with you, I know you've done extensive work on this also with the stakeholders. We are in full construction mode right now and hoping to have that well operational by June 1st and moving forward.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Council members, other questions? I don't see any other questions. Laura, I have a question just about the potential for the federal funding with the, $2 trillion infrastructure money that hopefully they will get. But are you coordinating with, I imagine you are, but coordinating with federal lobbyists and our federal delegation to try to get some of that money for this for our infrastructure, and not just for the projects that maybe we can supplement, right? Like the water reclamation project and other CIPs. But can you talk a little bit about the new lead water requirements? I just was in a meeting about this and I can't remember what it's called, but you know what I'm getting at.
Sure. Yeah, that is our plan, Councilmember Fowler. We are planning to work closely with our lobbyists and through them our delegation. I also would like to work with the agencies that will be charged with distributing that funding so that we have clarity. I think I was just in a meeting with a national group today talking about what we know and what we don't know about federal funding for wet infrastructure, water, sewer, and stormwater. And so it sounds like some of the agencies are still trying to figure out how they're going to be, what criteria and how they're going to be distributing those to states or to localities. And with that, we'll probably need to work very closely with our state leaders and departments as well. So yeah, that is our plan, and that's going to be, that is proposed to be the role of our Chief Strategy and Innovations Officer too, is to really dive into that and meet with EPA, meet with, there's some funding that's gone to Health and Human Services for water affordability as well, and we're not quite sure where that's landing either. So we want to gather as much information and make ourselves as known as possible in terms of our need on that. I could let Marion Rice talk about the lead and copper rule. She's an expert on that and has been really doing a lot of evaluation on what that entails as well. Marion, if you're available to chat about that a little.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for the final determination what that rule will look like. So I think everybody's heard there's already an existing lead and copper rule, but this is a revision to that rule, and it is quite significant. And that rule, one major element of that rule is identifying what the materials of all service lines, or mains and service lines, including not only our side, but also the private side service lines, which is significant. So that is a major step of that. And then number two, it'll come down to replacing any lead or galvanized service lines. So as you can imagine, I think we mentioned already, there will be a significant capital side of this rule. Also, there's significant elements regarding samplings of schools and daycares. The original, when it came out in the Federal Register, it was 20% of all schools and daycares every year. When the rule came out, or in the Federal Register in December, they said 20% for 5 years, and that was one time. However, it looks like it could go back to maybe 20% every year in perpetuity. So we're not quite sure yet where that's going to land. Also, we have our regulatory sampling of homes, which we do right now anyway, and we'll be doing that this year anyway for the existing lead and copper rule. So that's another element. There's a significant amount of education and outreach and engagement, and also monitoring. And then the levels. Right now, there's a 15 PBB action level. They're looking at a 10 ppb trigger level. And then there's some litigation looking at maybe reducing both the action level and trigger level to 5 ppb. So again, we're just kind of waiting to see where this is going to, what's going to come out of this, but there is some litigation hopes of making it even stricter. So we'll see, but it will be significant for us.
And I'll just, we like to use a lot of acronyms. PPB is parts per billion, which
Yes.
is how lead and copper is measured under the rule. And I'll also just add that the city does not have lead service lines or lead mains. There may be, but there is a concern about some of the plumbing in our older home housing stock within the city, and that's what we primarily test right now under the lead and copper rule. The service lines will be a new place where we have to test and actually do some investigation in order to find out what we have. So quite a bit of work there. And your question about federal funding, the meeting I was in today, we talked about recommending some of the criteria for federal funding to be for communities to meet regulatory requirements, whether it's a community that has a consent order on it or a community that's trying to meet new lead and copper rule regulations. Seems like it would be a meaningful criteria, but we'll see what the ultimate decisions are.
Dan, yeah.
Thank you. Question about the impact of the Northwest Quadrant on stormwater and on the treatment upgrades that you're planning on doing over the next couple of years.
Councilmember Dugan, do you mean impacts with respect to some of the capital improvements?
Right.
For new development.
Yeah, the new development out there with the impact on the year upgrades.
Okay. Yeah, so with respect to the Northwest Quadrant, that does not in fact impact any of the upgrades to the water reclamation facility. In fact, the capacity of that facility is intended to remain the same for some time with a component that we can add to it in the future. With respect to any new infrastructure that serves development, development does pay for development, but there was a policy question posed in the staff report that was good, and it talked about any master plan projects that the city had planned that were expedited with respect to the Northwest Quadrant development. And we did have some master plan projects that were expedited and are mostly complete now. And I could have Jason Brown, our chief engineer, talk about what those projects are and their cost if Jason is here and willing.
I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me. Willing is a little different, but getting in front of crowds is a little tough for me. But to answer the question on master plan projects, there were actually 4 master plan projects, mainly on the sewer, that we had to expedite to make sure that we had the capacity to get the sewage from the Northwest Quadrant back into our collection system. Each of them comprised of a pump station or a force station, and then the accompanying main that brings it into the collection system. We call them the 5th South pump station and the 7th South pump station. 5th South is mostly complete. We've actually been doing testing on it. There's some minor, I would call it, construction activities that will still be happening. The 7th South pump station, the line is in place. The pump station itself is nearly complete, about 95%. And in the next few months, we will be bringing both those online. It does depend on how much we use, on how much sewage we get from the Northwest Quadrant. So it's a balancing act because we have to build these to the low end right now, and then also the high end when things start working out there. The other project that we are continually working on is and it's not directly related to the Northwest Quadrant, but it does support the Northwest Quadrant and the rest of the city, is our East-West Aqueduct to be able to bring additional sources of water into the city and into the downtown area and those types of things. So that one is in construction right now, and coordinating with a lot of the street projects that Anna's also doing. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thanks,
Well,
Jason.
I don't see any other hands up. Laura, thank you so much for your presentation and for your work and for your team. I know you guys do a lot of good things for our city and keeping us all taken care of. So thank you very much for all of your hard work.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your support.
Have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Council members, we are on agenda item number 5, an update on the cartograph integration. And I've got Noel Walkinshaw, Aaron Bentley, and then a host of other people that I know worked very hard on this cool project, and looking forward to hearing about it. I know it has been a lot of work, but it sounds awesome. So I'm going to turn it over to Noel.
There we go. I got to hit the unmute button. Thank you, everyone. I think Aaron's going to kick us off with a little bit of an introduction, and then I'll go into some more. And I believe we have a presentation that we can start up here whenever they're ready.
Thanks, Noel, and thanks, City Council. We will be brief, Noel and I, so you get to listen to the hard workers that you've mentioned. I just wanted to speak quickly about how awesome this project has been, because it's shown what can happen when city departments and city divisions work together and are innovative. And this project's been going on for a couple of years, but it came through the innovation of Lisa Schaefer, Lauren and Noel, and others that wanted to work together with the IT department and come up with solutions and use data-driven decision-making to get there. So I hope over the next few minutes, you'll be able to see that the magic really is magic, what they've been able to do to make the city a better place. So Noel, go ahead.
Okay, thank you all. I believe this is perhaps our video and not our PowerPoint slide, but that's okay. I'll fake it while we go. So probably right out of the gate, you're asking what.
Oh no, your internet is not working
cartograph.
very
well.
No, we can't understand you or hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can, I think.
I can hear, but I cannot see. No. Or sorry, or the presentation.
Council Chair, would you like me to go ahead and play that video while Noel is working on his connection issue?
Okay, am I back?
You're back, Noel. You're back.
Okay. I don't know what happened. I guess there's some serious gaming going on or something at the house all of a sudden. I jumped over to my telephone. So I'll start from the beginning. Cartograph. Cartograph is assets management and operations software, and it rests on a GIS ESRI platform. So what it does is it allows us to get a location of all of our assets, and it gives us the opportunity to add attributes to each of those assets. It then allows us to do work against those assets and measure the value of those assets over time, and how we and how we can then better plan
Aye,
and
aye.
prepare for that. Oh, we're gonna, sorry about this. I wanted to then talk a little bit about the history of this. And am I a mess? Can you hear me? Okay. The history. It started a lot with the council. December of 2017, the city council adopted the capital and debt management policies. And in that, there were some legislative intents that were placed upon us to do some research. And at the time, Lisa Schaefer was the public services director, and I'd made the move from CAN over to public services. And we started working on trying to fulfill those legislative intents. And there was the intent was to make a plan for the overall funding and strategy of our assets and how we manage those and maintain those. So we took a deep look into all of it. We went into, how different projects come together. We look at the technology that was supporting those. We were looking at the organization, the various policies or lack thereof of policies. And, oh, here's our presentation. This is awesome. Okay. And we developed a plan. One of the outcomes of this was that we knew we needed to make some investment in technology. And, we'd made sort of a decision that we were in a bit of a pickle with all of the various efforts that were happening and the disconnection of our efforts as it came to managing assets and operations of those assets. Can I go to the next slide, please? Oh, we won an award this year, Flag Forward Award from Cartograph. And it talked about how we've transformed the way we've done our asset management. I think I was expecting the next slide, please. This tells you a little bit of the breakdown of what we did. We had Acela in parks, sorta. We had Micromain in facilities, which was managing the facilities information. We had Streets Tracker in the Streets division, which was sort of an old access database after the fact with no GIS capacities. We had an internal Cartograph piece for the engineering for the pavement conditions. And none of those spoke to each other or used a common vocabulary when it came to data, used a common strategy to how we did our work. And then I would say in transportation, we had a GIS layer and an Excel spreadsheet for our signs. So in Cartograph, we've pulled all of those pieces into one system. And we've integrated it with our financial system so that we're pulling updated employee information into the system so that when we run costs for service, it's very accurate. Can I go to the next slide, please? Okay. So I just wanted to say, sorry for all of the technicals. I'm not sure what's going on. I think it might be the wind here. But we wanted to let the team that did the work tell the story because as Aaron said, this was very much a team effort. We built a team of folks in the IT department, within divisions who understand the business that we're trying to do. And then we built a leadership team around it to try to help guide the project and really drive business process improvement and drive those objectives that we were seeing from the policymakers like yourselves. And then what we wanted from our leadership team so that we could make informed decisions. And with that, I'll let you hit click to begin the video.
Hi, I'm Todd Loveday. I'm from the Public Services Division, Administrative Services Department. We developed a team of business systems analysts across all of the departments that we're going to implement Cartograph, and we collaborated as a team to not step on each other's toes, not build silos, and share data within the same database. For instance, engineering's data is very important to streets. Streets data is very important to engineering. Their sharing of data is something that's never been done. Now it's available, they can access it quickly, it's clean, it's good, and it's reliable. The business systems analysts who follow up in this presentation will also be able to give you some hands-on look at some of the things they see that are positive and much more efficient.
Hi, my name's Jake Fenton. I work with Salt Lake City Transportation. I've been with the city approximately 6.5 years. I'm going to briefly discuss Cartograph date and time stamps. One quick example is the project on 1300 East between 1300 South and 2100 South. Maybe you're all familiar with it, where Public Utilities came through and did a water line. They did all the curbs. They resurfaced the entire road, which was great. What happened was that first year they came through and did everything between 17th and 21st. And during that time, Cartograph was being implemented, and streets had gone through and done their yearly inspections, especially on the regulatory signs, which includes stop signs and kind of those high value targets. And what happened was they took pictures. They take pictures of all these important signs, and during this time, they got all uploaded into Cartograph. Now, what happened is they started doing their second phase of the project, and towards the end of it, they said they were completed. Well, a few people in the streets department noticed that not all the signs were in place, and we went back to the contractor and asked them to replace them. Well, they told us, no, the signs were in place, they're not part of the project. Well, luckily we had done the PMI, and the signs, we had pictures and inventory of the signs being installed just prior to the construction start of that second phase. So we were able to go back with this information and show the contractor that yes, these signs were here and they were part of the project, and it was clearly, it was pretty obvious that they were responsible for them, and they went through and replaced them.
My name is Brandon Fleming. I'm a business systems analyst for the Public Lands Division in the Public Services Department. Cartograph has vastly improved how we manage our work and track our assets. In the past, the Parks Division has attempted to use different work tracking systems, including the Burke system, a Hansen system, the Parks Tracker, and Excella. Also, at one point, we had a paper work order form for our property maintenance arm. That system was internal to our division only. Those systems all eventually failed because they were difficult to organize, took a lot of extra time that staff does not have, and they lacked a centralized hub where all the data could be stored. Other divisions within the city have also used paper work order forms, and they've utilized state mail to interoffice work requests to other divisions in the city, which proved to be very cumbersome and ineffective. One of the biggest payoffs we've seen using Cartograph is that our work is all paperless now. District supervisors use desktop software, and field staff use smartphones to create, assign, and complete tasks and work orders. This benefits the city in several ways. It has decreased our paper use, which supports our sustainability initiatives. It has centralized our reporting into one system, which is automatically archived. And lastly, Cartograph has increased our response time and our ability to work more effectively.
Hi, my name is Cameron Scott. I work for the Public Services Facilities Department. I am the commissioning authority, and I'm also in charge of our deferred asset program. So within Cartograph, we have developed assets for each of our building, and within each building, they also have child assets. That including HVAC, electrical, plumbing, fire safety, and many more. So each asset has key information. Important for a deferred asset program, it includes the cost to install and the estimated end of life. This allows us to predict when the item needs to be replaced and to set aside funding to replace that item. So once an item has been selected to be replaced, we create a work order and assign it to a project manager and a budget. Once the project has been complete, we include all the costs that are included in that project. And one of the things we've developed in Cartograph is a automation so that once a work order has been created, it automatically creates 8 different tasks associated with that work order. And therefore it allows the project manager to go through the same project process for each work order.
Hello and welcome. I'm David Jones. I work for Salt Lake City Engineering. My title is Public Way Coordination Program Manager. A third-party pavement condition report was funded by Salt Lake City Council and the administration and completed in 2017. All city-maintained roadways were analyzed using a series of instruments. The survey produced a significant amount of pavement condition data, including a calculated Overall Condition Index, or OCI. This is shown for a given segment on this slide. There are also pictures of each individual segment which document the historic condition at the time of the survey. Completed tasks or work on the pavement segment shift the curve upward as indicated by the after maintenance line. The after reconstruction activity shifts the curve again based on the impacts of this work. Cartograph OMS is an invaluable tool for engineering. It serves as a data repository, a visualization tool, and most importantly, an analysis and prediction engine, enabling engineering to work enterprise-wide to manage our capital public way infrastructure.
Hi, my name is Troy Baker. I'm an operations manager for the Public Services Department in the Public Lands Division. This is an example of an asset being created in Cartograph for the Rotary Playground. Scrolling down from the previous screen, the employee has access to specific information such as surface type, square footage, and install dates. This screen shows an example of a task being completed with labor, material, equipment, as well as a description of the task that was performed. The final screen is an overview of all of the tasks associated with that asset. This includes tasks completed, tasks in progress, as well as asset condition and total dollar amount to date. Public lands employees continue to update the assets in Cartograph. Manufacturer, square footage, and other dates are very important to its success. Previously, Lee Bullwinkle and myself, each with well over 30 years of experience in public lands, would have to brainstorm or look through old documents and even call engineering looking for install dates and other information. Soon, this will be available and updated regularly.
I'm Taylor Holbrook, Business System Analyst for Public Services Streets Division. Before Cartograph, streets asset inventories were stored in different systems and not easily shared between departments. This was a problem because streets shares all of its assets with transportation and engineering. Oftentimes, departments had differing asset inventories for the same asset. In Cartograph, asset inventories are centralized in one enterprise location and have been designed to meet the needs of all parties involved. This cross-functionality promotes the communication and collaboration necessary for success. A great example of this is our sign inventory. We now have a sign inventory that contains more than 39,000 signs. This inventory was created from 2 databases, one from Streets and the other from Transportation. In Cartograph, Streets performs maintenance on 25 asset types, totaling more than 135,000 assets. Streets has entered more than 90,000 tasks in Cartograph since 2018. Now that workflows and data between assets are being shared in Cartograph, transparency has increased. We're able to share data between departments in ways that we've never been able to. Maintenance activities that Streets is planning or performed can be easily searched in Cartograph. This is important because maintenance impacts asset conditions, which subsequently affects the planning and design of our city assets.
Hi, I'm Cabot Jennings, the Streets Division Director. The Streets Division has been working with Cartograph for about 2.5 years, and in this time, we've found the software to be flexible and easy to use. An example of this is in September 2020, Salt Lake City had a major windstorm which uprooted or damaged thousands of trees in the valley with winds up to 90 miles an hour. It was immediately clear at Streets that we needed to have a plan for collecting the large amounts of debris that would need to be removed from the public right-of-way. By using Cartograph to collect data on map sections derived from waste and recycling routes, Streets was able to provide almost real-time information on debris removal in each of the 50 different sections of the city. This information allowed us to project and make better decisions on equipment needs, hours of operations, and hauling locations. Most importantly, it allowed us to estimate how long the cleanup would take in each area. This information allowed the city to share information with residents on how to stage their debris and when to put it out on the streets, and when we would be completed. Finally, for the first time, Streets had a software application that could be quickly adapted to meet all the FEMA reporting requirements. In past emergency events, work groups would spend days filling out paperwork, months after the event to submit for federal assistance. Cartograph was able to capture all this data as part of our regular work reporting process.
Hello, my name is Ron Lindquist from Public Services. I am a business systems analyst for the Salt Lake City Facilities Division. One of the many features that we use in Cartograph is the ability to attach documents on our asset records, specifically safety documents. Having this ability increases safety awareness for our maintenance staff and helps to meet general industry OSHA standards. Previous asset management systems did not allow us to add attachments, so these documents were stored in multiple locations. Now that we have Cartograph, we can keep these items all in one place. We have also started the process of adding QR code labels to our assets, linking them directly to the asset record in order to view this information quickly. From the application, the user can open the search function. The scanner launches the camera on the device to capture the QR code. This brings up the asset record and associated tasks. At the top of the screen, you will first notice the location of the asset on the map. As you scroll to the right, you will see the attachments and some of the pictures of the specific piece of equipment. You can see the following safety documents associated with this piece of equipment: permit required confined space form, lockout tagout form, work hazard assessment form.
I'm Alex Walker, a GIS specialist with the Engineering Division in the Department of Community and Neighborhoods. In addition to asset tracking and condition management, engineering uses Cartograph to estimate construction costs for our pavement assets in order to track spending and allocate our dollars most efficiently. We also use Scenario Builder, Cartograph's forward-looking budget tool, to estimate the effects our bond spending will have on overall network condition. The 2017 pavement survey, conducted by an outside contractor, was our first experience with different spending scenarios and inspired our 6-year plan. Though those estimates were performed externally, the Cartograph tools available to us allow us to bring our budget forecasting in-house. Cartograph brings both asset management, all pavement work, and budget forecasting into a single application, and its integrated nature makes it a great solution for engineering. This budgeting and forecasting work supports and informs the engineering 6-year plan for future scheduled pavement work. We use the projected work from Cartograph as a jumping off point when coordinating roadway construction selection with departments across the city. The division also uses Scenario Builder to estimate roadway condition under a range of potential future budgets. We can also use Scenario Builder to see what sort of spending is needed to achieve a certain network-wide OCI. performed externally, the Cartograph tools available to us allow us to bring our budget forecasting in-house. Cartograph brings both asset management, all pavement work, and budget forecasting into a single application, and its integrated nature makes it a great solution for engineering. This budgeting and forecasting work supports and informs the engineering 6-year plan for future scheduled pavement work. We use the projected work from Cartograph as a jumping off point when coordinating roadway construction selection with departments across the city. The division also uses Scenario Builder to estimate roadway condition under a range of potential future budgets. We can also use Scenario Builder to see what sort of spending is needed to achieve a certain network-wide OCI.
Okay. Well, I hope you enjoyed that video. I thought it would be really fun. We thought it was really fun to have everyone that does the work tell the story. And we knew that it would be hard to do some sort of a better demonstration in this virtual world, especially with my internet connection, to do it any other way. I think we could bring our presentation back up. I just want to add one more thing.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no, hold on one sec. Go ahead, James.
Just a comment. This is my 8th year going through budget and through presentations. I have to say that is probably one of the coolest videos I think I've seen come through, because you want to see, I've seen the funding, being able to fund a lot of these projects, and to see, employees using them and to benefit their jobs. That's pretty powerful to look at and see how much impact it has on the employees, and actually having them do it. Sorry, it might have put a little of them out, but some of them were really good on that, and I loved it. So no, I really appreciate that effort for that video. For me personally, it was a good highlight for tonight.
I 100% agree, Noel. And I remember when I first came on the council, when I was first elected in 2017, and we were in Lisa Schaefer's office, and I was getting the lowdown that we all get through all the different departments. And I remember just Lisa going through all the deferred maintenance and all these things. And I was like, why don't we have a better system for all of this? And I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is amazing. This is 2021 at its best, and really using technology, and it's awesome. This is exactly what you guys envisioned, and now it's here. And I know how important it was to Lisa to do this. And so just so cool to actually see it and see how it, to James's point, how it affects the employees and allows employees to do their job in a better way and feel empowered being able to do their job, and not feel frustrated when you hear stories of like, yeah, we used to have to just go through documents and papers and try to figure out where we even needed to be. I mean, this is just really cool. And it was cool to see the different employees and people that we probably as council members don't really get to see very often, or get to even know who they are. We just know they do the work. And so kudos for highlighting the different employees and for getting this done. I mean, it's really cool. I love it. So Lisa, you wanted to say something?
I do. I'm not scheduled to speak on this topic, but I just have to say, oh man, I'm proud. I am so proud of the work that that we've been able to accomplish. Obviously, Noel's leadership, but all of the individual employees in public services and in engineering specifically that have come together because they want to cooperate in the best interests of the city, because they know what that means for the taxpayer. So you're highlighting how it affects the individual employees, but it also affects the taxpayer because we're more efficient at what we do. So proud, so proud. This is the vision. This is exactly what we wanted to institute, and to see it coming to fruition, not that many years later, right? This is what can happen when we have leadership and we have dedication to a common purpose. So I just wanted to say thank you and congratulations to everybody who's been putting this together. Noel especially. Thank you, Noel.
Yeah, thank you, Noel. And Noel, did you have more of a presentation? You said you could put it back up. We didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, I mean, I can keep it, if we would like to. I just wanted to add one of the lessons that we've learned in this project. When you look at technology in the city, I've been in the city a long time working on technology projects on the side. We started out building like little applications to solve a work groups problem. And then we went to where we started contracting with software providers, and they would build something that was what we did, our interpretation of work. And now we're moving to this software as a service platform. So when you move to a software platform like Cartograph, or we're working on putting together a project for an ERP system, it requires us to work within the foundation that's set within that system. So we have to think about our business processes. We have to look at the system and how it manages our system, our processes. And what becomes really important in these kinds of projects is how we realign our processes within these systems, and then how we work with other groups to do change management, how we change that group. When we started this project in Cartograph, it wasn't going to work, right? There was a lot of people that were, this isn't going to work for us. And it works, right? It works. and we really graduated, but it's just that it's a hard step to transition away from a culture where we've always just sort of modeled how we interpret our job, to then going out and taking on these broader software as a service platforms and changing ourselves and how we do our work in order to be successful. And that's what we did. And that's what we will continue to do as we bring on more software as a service systems. Next steps is all I wanted to say is, we're doing more work in Parks. Parks was our last module to implement. And so we're really working on refining them. And the compliance, we're going to bring compliance into this. We don't have the work that we do around our parking meters and maintenance into that. We now have enough data to where we can start doing life cycle costing. We now have enough data where we can start using Power BI. We've got the scenario stuff. So we're now in a position with this tool to where we're really going to start using the data. It takes a little while to build the data to do that analytics, and that's where we are next. So I think that's all we have. We have some questions. If you have questions, Lisa has a question.
Not a question so much as just another thank you and sort of a teaser that this is the next step, right? This is the next evolution in what we're trying to do with asset management. So we've got an entire working group internal that's looking at capital assets and how we manage those assets holistically. So without this foundational work, that wouldn't be possible. So the next step is how we look at our assets holistically from a citywide perspective. The other thing is we're undertaking, as you all know, an ERP system, enterprise resource planning system within the city. And this kind of model is the same kind of model we're trying to replicate citywide. So we're trying to say, we don't know the best practices. We're willing to adapt to best practices. And that's what Noel's team in innovations is bringing to the table as we undertake one of the largest software implementations that this city will probably ever undertake. So I just wanted to say this is a foundational piece. They've done a stellar job, more to come, and really appreciate the work that's going into all of this behind the scenes. So thank you.
Thank you, Noel and Lisa. Council members, does anyone have questions? I don't see any hands. I'll just say when we were doing the 9th Central stuff, right, when we were rebuilding and looking at the streetscape or R and actually coordinated with UTA and HAND and CAN and streets and public utilities and public services so that the project could get done all at one time instead of ripping up streets and doing it again and laying down utility and then ripping it up again and doing the pavement. And that we were like, oh, this is amazing. And that's what this feels like. And what's going to help us continue doing those coordinated projects. So it's really awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you.
Okay.
Well, council members, we're ahead of schedule. We are scheduled right now for a dinner break. It's 5:45. Thoughts? We're not scheduled for dinner break until 6:10. We could do our dinner break and close session now, or we could see about jumping into the CDBG follow-up. Thoughts? Nobody has a thought. You all are some of the most opinionated people I know. Nobody has a thought on this.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Darren.
I'm fine with either. I'm going to be tied up between about 6 and 6:30 with another meeting, so I don't know if that makes a difference, but if maybe we just go to closed session now.
Yeah, that's what I would
Try that.
suggest in favor of Councilmember Mono.
Makes a big difference, Darren.
Then I will look for a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair, I move that we go into a closed session for the purpose of obtaining legal advice of counsel and reasonably imminent litigation or pending litigation.
I have a motion by Councilmember Wharton and a second by Councilmember Valdemoros. I'll go ahead and roll call this. Councilmember Valdemoros.
Yes.
Councilmember Wharton.
Yes.
Councilmember Mono.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that is unanimous. Council members, please use the link that says to close session. Jen, what does it say?
Says to closed session, and the start time is 7 p.m. That's originally when we thought we were going to start it. Bobby has started it already.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you all
Madam Chair,
later. Yes.
After that, do we use the same link to come back to?
Yes, I believe
Yeah,
so.
you would use this link to come back to this meeting. Thanks, guys.
Salt Lake City Council work session, Tuesday, April 13th. Yep, that's what day it is. We are on agenda item number 7. Excuse me, which is a follow-up on CDBG. So I will turn the time over to Ben Ledke from the council staff.
This is the third briefing, and a council vote is scheduled for April 20th. Hopefully, council members saw an email at 9:52 this morning with responses to your questions from the previous briefings. I'll give a quick summary of those responses. Councilmember Valdemoros suggested shifting $50,000 from HOPWA number 1, the County Housing Authority, to HOPWA number 4, the Utah AIDS Foundation Mental Health Services. The impact would be 6 fewer households getting rent assistance each month, and the AIDS Foundation would be able to hire a licensed clinical social worker to provide ongoing therapy sessions to clients. Councilmember Wharton asked what follow-up was provided to Journey of Hope after last year. And staff provided a technical assistance training in October that covered Journey of Hope's CDBG applications from last year and this year. Advisory board members commented that they liked the program's concept, but the application lacked specific measurable outcomes. Only broad goals were listed, which influenced their relatively low scores for this application. That's CDBG Public Services number 8. Councilmember Dugan asked if $30,000 would be enough for Catholic Community Services to hire a data specialist. This is CDBG Public Services number 2. The organization Catholic Community Services responded they're confident the remaining $20,000 for the position could be covered with other funds, and they mentioned it's much easier to seek additional funds for that gap when the position is already mostly funded. Councilmember Johnston requested clarification on why scoring wasn't strictly followed for CDBG Public Services number 18, the Gail Miller Resource Center, and number 20, the Geraldine King Women's Resource Center. The advisory board minutes show initially there was no funding that was going to be recommended for the Gail Miller Resource Center. The members discussed similarities between applications, and then they made a motion to shift the CDBG Public Services funding from the Geraldine King Women's Resource Center to the Gail Miller Resource Center. The board member stated they wanted to spread the funds further. It's unclear why the board recommended shifting all $72,000 between those two applications. So with that summary, Madam Chair, would you like to open it up for council member questions and discussion?
Yes, I would. Council members, questions and discussion. Anna?
Yeah, I just wanted to just say that, you know, I'm still in support of shifting that $50,000 to the Utah AIDS Foundation for the mental health therapist, despite the fact that the other group might get, you know, might not be able to help 6 renters. But you know, Ben did a little bit of more research, and I wanted you guys to know that the Utah AIDS Foundation has a budget of less than $1 million. So the $50,000, you know, would make a big difference. And the County Housing Authority, which is a way bigger organization that has a budget of $46 million, they will still get $489,000. So, you know, $50,000 would make a huge difference once again for mental health help, which is such a prevalent issue in our community. And I would ask you guys to support that shift if you're inclined to do so. Thank you.
Do we want to straw poll that, council members? I'm going to say yes, we're straw polling that. If you're in support of moving $50,000 to the Utah AIDS Foundation, show your thumb. I've got 4.
Madam
I've got
Chair,
5. Yes, Andrew.
does this overlap with any of the other ones? Just to recall if there's the same funding we're looking at shifting.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does this shift affect any of the other proposals? I haven't tracked it very well in my head.
This is HOPWA funding. I haven't heard of other council proposals to shift HOPWA funding.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'll support. This happens every year, but I think every program is willing and does good work in the community. I can't see one of these that doesn't. I think that we also have to acknowledge the staff, the board, who are looking at a lot of other factors in their recommendations. We have the ability to change them, that's fine, but they're looking at a whole range of factors, including a 5-year strategic plan that we approved to help weight these things. So I'm willing to sort of move stuff around as we have, but I want to be careful that we don't go down that path again of, I like this program, let's do it, without acknowledging very, very clearly there's been a lot of work into this and difficult work to be done based on a lot of criteria we're not even seeing. So I'll put that out there for folks.
Thank you, Andrew. Does anybody else want to comment? Dan?
Just commenting on my proposal, and I kind of I agree with Andrew. You know, last time we met, I had the pipe dream that, hey, we could find $150,000 of already tight funding to support 5 other organizations. And after working with Ben, and realized that was a dream, but I did think that we could move $30,000 to the Catholic Community Center to support all the different programs. And I know I sent that out to everybody, and I just think it would be a good way to stretch the dollars that are already thin, but this is also would support everybody else in the different homeless sector. So I wasn't looking at any specific one. I was just taking the next one down on the scoring list.
So what's your proposal, Dan?
My proposal is we take $30,000 from 3 different groups, from the Gail Miller, from the dental, and from the transfer to the HIVE program, and move it to the Catholic Community Service to support the data specialist. And that data specialist is something that all the programs talk about needing, someone to collect the data, and this would help out all the different homeless organizations. So
a total of 90?
No, total of 30,000.
So 10 from each.
Are we
30,000,
sorry,
20,000 from Gail Miller, 4,700 from HIVE, and 53 from the dental. So it would come out to $30,000 total to the Catholic Community Service to support the data specialist. Catholic Community Service was requesting $50,000. They believe they can get the other $20,000 from other funding sources to pay for the whole service.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Can I ask a clarifying question of Ben about the Catholic Community Service position? It was presented as it helps the whole homeless system, but is it for the system or is it for their particular program needs?
I'll defer to hand staff who know the programs better than I do. My understanding is the data specialist would work at the Wiegand Center, but they would work with the HIMIS, the statewide system, and that they would be coordinating between multiple providers.
Just wanted to confirm that that is correct.
Madam Chair, in addition to that, what would that 4,700 do to the HIVE program?
So I can answer that. The 4,700 from the HIVE program would mean 224 fewer HIVE passes. The subsidy is $21 per pass.
And I do believe, didn't UTA just come out with another program for passes recently?
They did a restructuring and simplified. I think they had, it was a ridiculous number. It was like 40 or 50 different transit passes, and they narrowed it down to a fewer number and they simplified it. I don't know the details off the top of my head.
Dan, can you tell me one more time, 4,700 from HIVE, and then where were your other two and what were those numbers?
20,000 from Gale, research, and 5,300 from the dental.
And I have the application numbers. These are all CDBG public services. The donated dental services is number 13, and that's 5,300 that's proposed to be shifted. The HIVE passes is the next one down, number 14, and that's proposed to have the 4,700 shifted. And the Gail Miller Resource Center is number 18, and it's proposed to have 20,000 shifted, for a total of 30,000, which is the minimum that an application would need to receive.
Go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
Just so, I don't know who owns. Okay, so we're creating this position, and they're going to have this data they're going to share, but who owns the data? Is it Catholic Community Services data? Is it our data? Like, if this position becomes unfunded, do we get to keep the data? And I don't know that I support taking money from the dental program and the HIVE Pass, because we've consistently funded the dental program, And the Hive passes in going out and talking with different homeless camps. And maybe this is something Andrew or someone from the mayor's office can help me understand, but they were saying that a lot of the unsheltered people that I talked to were saying that they wanted us to expand the Hive Pass program because they felt like if they could, get to they needed that to be able to get to work, and getting to work is the only way to get out of, the cycle of being unsheltered. So I just don't know that I need to know something that is going to make me feel more confident that the data position is going to translate into less people on the street than a Hive Pass will. So if anybody can speak to that, I'm willing to be persuaded, but that's not what I've heard.
Well, Chris, and also it's already been cut, the Hive Pass. So
Yeah.
if you look at from previous years, we're already being cut.
In regards to the question about the data, the HIMIS is a statewide homeless management information system, HMIS. My understanding is the data that's entered into HIMIS is the state's, and that it would be retained and backed up on their servers. The overall policy goal from my conversations with Councilmember Dugan is that the Gardner report on homelessness and the state have repeatedly said there's a lack of data for showing outcomes in terms of program performance, but also use of funding. And the intent of this position was to have higher quality data in response to that criticism. That's the extent of what I can say. If you need more details, Councilmember Wharton, I'm not sure if hand staff knows that or if we could follow up with the applicant.
Looks like Tony does.
Yeah. Thanks, Councilmember Wharton. I just wanted to kind of follow up and build upon what Ben was just saying. Yes, the Homeless Management Information System, which is part of the larger Homeless Services Coordination Services. Other entities such as the Gardner Institute do have access or able to access that data, as well as the city is able to request and view that data as well, since we are funding it.
Okay, but what about with the creation of this new office, this statewide office, wasn't there some additional funding allocations from the legislature toward that effort in response to the Gardner Institute? Are they funding? We know they're not giving more Hive Passes out.
Councilmember Wharton, I would just jump in to say, yes, there is a lot of state legislative support in that data collection and creating that office. And there is a continued need. I think you're right there, and you're balancing two very different needs and trying to determine what is the highest and best use of these very limited funds. Transportation continues to be an issue. It's a second highest cost. And so you do bring up a very valid point that the Hive Passes do help get people to job centers and get people into housing or be able to maintain housing. So you're right on track there as well.
Cindy, I saw you pop on. You're good?
Oh, just one question maybe that hasn't been asked. Does the donated dental, I think they run out of money every year in terms of people getting service. Is that an issue?
Cindy, I don't know if it's every year, but it's literally a lottery, guys. You show up on site, you get a number. If your number gets called, you get help. If you don't, you got to come back every day. They don't have any resource. I'm very concerned about not doing donated dental, particularly because I don't see an alternative way to look for their service, to be honest with you. There's not alternatives for a lot of these, but we're talking literal dental for dental work, a lottery for dental work. I have a hard time sort of cutting that anyway.
I think for me, given that we do have this statewide agency that's going to be formed, and we're still kind of wondering what it's going to look like, and that there is a desire for data collection, I don't know that I would be supportive of this move of the money. I appreciate the effort, a lot. But I think where it's at right now seems good. I was supportive of moving the HOFWA money because there were only 3 applicants. And if we can kind of switch that around a little bit and help out, and part of our 5-year plan was is looking at our mental health services. So I was able to be supportive of that. This one, I'm not sure. I think that the state can fund that position. Let's put that on the state.
I'm
I'll do a straw poll if you want, Dan.
I'm quite all right of pulling it because make some valid points. And I think, we can't put this on the state because they do have a new board here. So I'm glad for the discussion. I think that was nice to have, and the importance of all the money that's going on and the stretching of it. It was a good homework project for myself on how we stretch it thin. And I do, appreciate and respect the mayor's and the board's position on it. But I just want, the intent was, hey, let's see how we can spread it because this person could help everybody else out. But you're right, the dental and the hive are important, and the state, let's put it on their shoulders to figure out the data. So thank you for the discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Dugan. I appreciate it. Council members, are there other items that you wanted to look at? I don't see any. So guess what? I think we have a plan. I think we're going to be good to take action on this next week, right? Don't we have this for a vote next week, Ben?
Yes, April 20th.
Hot diggity. All right, let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all of your work, for answering all of our questions. Every year we make you guys come back 82 times. And every year you come back with all of the answers 82 times. So I really appreciate it. Really, you have the answers in the next week and we don't ask easy questions all the time. And thank you to Ben for walking us council members through all of this process every year. So really, really good work. And obviously to the CDCIP board, I'm sorry, I just totally, to the board, to the mayor, to the staff, like this, I know how hard this is and these decisions are really hard for all of us. But it always feels good when we finally get to a place where we can say the money's gonna get out there, maybe not to every program, but to people who need it. So good work, everyone. Strong work, team, as my mom would say. All right, we're gonna move on to a follow-up on the zoning text amendments for off-street parking. And we've got Russell. I didn't see your tile. I was worried you weren't there, Russell. We've got Russell Weeks from the council office, and then we have some of our senior planners. Looks like Nick Norris is there too. I can always tell because he's almost always in the dark. Nick Norris from planning. So I will turn it over to you, Russell.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I should also indicate that that Eric Gaines and from planning is here, and John Larson from the Transportation Division is here largely to answer any questions the council may have if we have any discussion on the first item. What I've done is I've asked our help, our Taylor Hill, to there are 6 questions there are 6 issues that are outstanding, and if Taylor could run those 6 issues, it's going to block the screen, but I think it puts some shape to the council's discussion. So my hope is that we can just go down these questions and get a response from the city council office or city council. Shall I read the introductions to each one and then go? Okay. All right. So the questions are highlighted in yellow for the council members.
Council members, thought on question number 1? No? Well, I guess we don't have an answer for that question, Russell. Oh, Chris might.
I'm just asking for more time because I didn't have it pulled up and now I'm struggling. So.
Madam Chair, I was just going to say I'm comfortable moving forward as is. So.
Just the way that Central 9th is already designated? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just in speaking with Central 9th Community Council, I do think that the residents there are interested in higher, increased off-street parking. So I would probably be comfortable moving forward as is, but I'm not opposed to exploring that question.
So what would it look like to?
That's what I'm not sure of.
Would you like us to tell this?
Yep.
Give you
Sure
a
would.
quick overview?
Thanks.
So basically, right now, actually, I'm going to turn it over to Eric and let him talk about which context the FB, UN1, and UN2 zones are in, and what the next kind of context down from that exists. Eric?
Sure. Yep, thanks. Okay, so just to kind of frame it, the Central 9th area, one of the challenges is that we recognize it's really well serviced with transit, but it has a very poor mix of land uses. So although it's well serviced, we're already seeing the neighborhoods, the streets filling up with on-street parking and things like that. And, you know, it's still got a long way to build out. So that's kind of what's happening there. The proposed ordinance would have it as part of the transit context due to the proximity to transit and that, but that would basically not require minimums for the parking for multifamily. And of course, that could be pretty problematic. So kind of next in the pecking order would be to move it to neighborhood center context. It's possibility, which has a minimum of for studio and 1-bedroom apartments, one space per dwelling unit. And then from there, we've got the urban center has a half space for a 1-bedroom, no minimum for a studio, and then a 2-bedroom, 1 per dwelling unit. And then
That's the urban context, Eric?
Yeah, that's urban center, and then studio and 1-bedroom would need 1 space per dwelling unit in the neighborhood center. And then up from there is the general context. The contexts are laid out by zoning. And so part of the thought was that at some point this area is going to be rezoned, and that would help maybe move it into a little bit more appropriate context. But you know, something we discussed with Councilmember Mono that I think we're going to talk about with it is maybe having some of the area that's in the South State Street overlay be part of the neighborhood center context. And so we've kind of outlined that was in the report from Russell on kind of what our thoughts are on that and kind of some general input as to the potential for moving that into that moving that overlay into the context, and that might help you know, be a bit of a stopgap until some more permanent plans or more permanent rezones take place in that area, or a better mix of uses starts to come in line. But those are kind of the things to look at.
So
I
think.
Oh, go
Sorry.
ahead.
I was just going to add, I think it's one of the challenges we face is that with the Central Ninth, we have a very high frequency transit stop with the tracks line right there and the east to west bus lines, bike lanes, et cetera, coming through there. And so it makes it, you know, reducing or increasing the parking requirement to a large measure flies in the face of what would be the best practice for a neighborhood that is served with that level of transit and with that level of density. And so that's just one of the things that I think the council should consider in that.
I personally am fine having it coded. I can't think of words right now, but designated in the context that it's in, particularly to Eric's point, if it's going to be rezoned and the context are sort of, the context follow the zones, then it may be rezoned into a different context that would maybe fit that like urban center context or something. But that's just my thoughts. Darren?
Yeah, could I clarify Eric's comment on that? When we're talking about the area that we think is going to be rezoned, I thought we were talking about Ballpark, State Street, Main Street area for that. I didn't know that we were planning to rezone Central Ninth.
We are not. Sorry for
Okay.
the confusion. We have no proposal to rezone Central Ninth right now. There may be some areas on the periphery of it that do, like the Fleet Block, Granary, et cetera, but not where this transit context applies.
So with that in mind, I don't feel like incredibly strong that we should move it, but I do think there might be some merit in moving Form-based urban 2 into the urban center context, which requires a little bit more parking, because it seems like that zone is being considered for a lot of other places that are not as well serviced by transit as Central Ninth is, including we just did that to Coachman's, and I think that's what's being considered for a lot of other zones. So like I said, I don't feel incredibly strongly, but I do think that might be something that's probably worth considering and maybe worth doing so.
Okay. Andrew?
I agree with Darren. I can't, from a rational perspective, I can't see a reason to change the zoning where it is right now in Central Ninth. For the reasons you said. I can't think of another place in the city that has any better multimodal access right now than that particular location. And I'm acknowledging the pain that they're going through and will continue to go through in this transition. It's real. So I like, there's a concept Darren's bringing up that we have a lot of zoning to work on in the city across to make it consistent, follow our best practices. There's a lot of work to be done. So this may be the tip of the spear, so to speak, but I think it's probably the right direction to go overall. I just want to acknowledge it. It's not going to be easy for folks there.
Okay. Other thoughts?
So
Russell?
can we see Russell's questions again? What we need to answer today? I think you had something. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So are we answering these questions today? Like, are we voting on this? Should one or the other of the ideas be included in the ordinance? Should we do that, or are we not ready to make those decisions?
I think we're giving staff input to move forward and that they need some ideas on what we think about this. And it sounds to me like we do think that the context for Central Ninth area should be changed, and or maybe what I'm hearing from Darren is that the whole, is it FB2, which zone is it, should be changed into that urban context. Darren, is that what you were suggested?
Yes. So I think that the FBUN2 is the Central Ninth zoning. So those are one and the same.
That should be moved into the urban central context, urban center context, sorry. And then the second question is whether or not we should have a later effective date. But the amount of briefings we're having on this ordinance, people are just kidding. I think that we should have I think we need to give developers who are developing right now some leeway with if they've already planned something and they're in the process of it. I mean, we can't have them change it. And even if they've already planned for it and done the whole design and based on what we've said at one point, I don't think it's fair of us to just change it on them. So I do think that somewhere in the ordinance, we need to have some leeway given to the effective date, or to when we adopt it to the effective date, or something along those lines.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I would advocate for the option 1 under Russell's things, which says that there's some window where developers could choose one or the other, because I've been contacted by some constituents that said they have projects that are just waiting in the queue for us to pass this and they will immediately start. So allowing maybe 6 months or something where people could choose the old or the new ordinance would allow those ones to start immediately, but also allow these ones currently under plan to have a few months to get through the process before this changes on them.
Andrew?
I'd support someone along those lines. I think we need to bring up the transportation discussion at some point again. I know our budgets have been tight for good reasons, but we committed with Funding Our Future to increase frequent transit across the city. If we can't keep increasing frequent transit, we're going to run into a major problem. I think the good example might be Chromeworks and the bumper development on Brooklyn Avenue, right in Central Ninth. They're going to do 520 units in a very restricted site, close to tracks, probably a third of a mile from a transit station, both ways. But they're also at a tight space. There's really no street parking either. So they're going to do one parking space for every 2 units in that development. So 250 parking spaces for 520 units-ish. When I say pain, what I mean is it's going to be incredibly painful for that neighborhood coming up very quickly. And there's one 15-minute bus that runs there that is that indirect 9 line across the city. So I think we've got a lot of work to do on the transportation side to keep up with this. Otherwise, we are going to cause some problems with this growth that we're not able to sort of help solve along the way.
And Madam Chair, I think if I'm not mistaken, there was actually a study, like an official study that was conducted recently that did find that there's a parking issue in Central Ninth. And if someone from staff could tell me if I'm wrong, that would be great. But I believe that it actually concluded that there is a problem.
Madam Chair, I think that's why John Larson is here, to answer that question, that specific question.
Hi, is it okay if I jump in then? Okay. Yeah, so there is a study as part of the 900 South 9-line construction project. We did hire a consultant to look at parking issues along the corridor with a special focus on the Central Ninth and ninth and ninth areas. We don't have results yet for that. We should within, it'll probably be 2 or 3 months actually. We'll have more details, and we look forward to kind of really digging into the implications. But I can say from just what we've heard from residents and business owners in the neighborhood that parking is a really big concern in the Central Ninth area. So.
Well, I feel like we're not much further in answering the questions from the staff or the administration. I feel like I should apologize to them for that. So are there other discussions on the rest of the ordinance? I feel comfortable with the ordinance. It seems like there's a couple of issues that we want to look at concerning Central Ninth, and maybe we can change that, and the developer that's in the process component, and then potentially come back to this and hopefully get it to where we can adopt something. Yeah, Darren.
Thanks, thanks, Madam Chair. I do have 2 other things that I proposed. They are in the staff report and also in an email. One is similar, but going the other direction. In the corridor commercial currently is all zoned into the general context, which is the highest parking requirement. But a lot of areas, that's most of Ballpark, State Street, Main Street corridor is corridor commercial. However, that also has a South State Street overlay zone on it, which I think makes sense. This is the area that we were talking about last time, where this is the area that I think is intended to be rezoned, and will eventually get into a more suitable context. But I think it seems like that South State Street corridor overlay zone in the meantime could go from general context to the 1 level up neighborhood center context, which still requires a decent amount of parking, but it would be a bit less. And the South State Street corridor, the reason I think that makes sense is that the South State Street corridor overlay zone amends a lot of that corridor commercial zoning text, because that's a bunch of residential zone parcels that currently are, the current zoning text does not at all fit that. For instance, there's like 25-foot wide parcels that require 10-foot setback on one side and 15-foot setback on the other side, meaning there's no buildable area in that. So that's why there's a special overlay zone to address that issue. And I think that the parking should also be considered to address that special condition where the corridor commercial zoning text doesn't quite exactly fit for the parcel sizes that exist in that area. That's the one issue. And then the other issue also is dealing with small infill parcels, residential sized parcels and commercial areas, which is that the current ordinance has an exemption for any parcel under 5,000 square feet, does not need to have any parking. But then as soon as you get to 5,001 square feet, you have to have the full amount of parking. And I would propose that between 5,000 and 10,000 square foot parcels, or maybe 5,000 and 7,500 square foot parcels, you are required to have 50% of that, so that it just graduates a little bit, rather than if your parcel's 1 square foot over that cutoff, you automatically need a whole bunch of parking, which would immediately make your project impossible to do. So I would propose graduating that a little bit, so that small infill lot exemption is sort of more evenly tapered.
I agree with that.
Okay. I don't see anybody disagreeing with that. So I would say that those are some changes that we need to look at in the ordinance, and then we can bring it back. Does that make sense to everybody? I don't see any heads going like this, so I'm going to say yes. Andrew.
Just quick from Nick. I know you're always diplomatic and kind. What's the impact substantially on staff or the ordinance itself? Seems like a simple change on our end, but what does that mean on your end and from other things we don't see?
As far as just changing the proposed ordinance?
Just graduating it up from 5 to 10,000 to percentages of the
It's not a significant impact for us to write that. I think we already have some starting language there that we can work on. I do want to point out there's a couple of things in our original transmittal that we identified as well that we thought that we needed some input from the council on. And I don't know if those have been carried over in the council staff report or not, but one of the big ones is bicycle parking. And there were a couple of oversights on the proposed table that left out industrial uses and in the general context set a really high minimum bicycle parking requirement for commercial uses. And so in that original transmittal, there's some changes to those numbers that I think are really important because they help promote bicycling has a reasonable mode of transportation when people have a safe place to store their bike.
Madam Chair, I think those are in question number 4 or item number 4 in the questions.
Okay.
Russell, I'm having a hard time following where it is on the staff report. What page is it on? Oh, there it is. Oh, it was just on the screen. Yeah, oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. Ah.
I also wanted to bring up with that during the public hearing, there was some comment about when we have a fractional number, if we round up or down. And I just wanted to point out that that's not being proposed to change. If it's below a half stall for bike parking, we round down. Otherwise, we round up. That's just a carryover. And then there was also some comment about indoor storage, where when indoor secured bike storage is provided, we allow the number to be reduced in half. And I just wanted to kind of point out that we found that that's maybe in the studies that maybe that's a little bit more conducive for residents and employees to have secure indoor storage. And that in some cases where we have, dense, zero setback type development, it can be a little tricky to get outdoor bike parking. So, we recognize that there is need for both, but that's something that could also be considered looking at these new numbers, that, if it's appropriate that the reduction to half the requirement be given for providing indoor secure storage.
Council members, thoughts?
These proposed changes seem logical, especially if staff is telling us that these were oversights originally. We might as well adopt them with this ordinance.
I agree, Darren.
Yeah.
It's a yes, that one. Check. next thing that we need to look at.
This is a lengthier issue because the planning division wants to know two things from what staff can tell. One is there is a clause in there that allows for there is a clause in the proposed ordinance that limits the ways you can reduce parking. What you can do, whatever you want to reduce parking, as long as you only, but you can't reduce it to 0. You can only reduce it by 40%. And at earlier discussions, the planning staff was asking, does the city council want to prioritize any of these items, or does it just want to accept the 40%? That's my take.
Council members?
And I can provide a little bit more context on that as well. So specifically, there's two parking alternatives listed there for affordable housing and for proximity to transit when, it's not already in a transit context. We felt that those are both alternatives that really lead directly to less of a need for automobiles and parking. And so that really the question is, should either of those allowances or alternatives be allowed to go above the 40%, or should they just be, one mechanism to get to a 40% reduction? And then also, I believe council brought it up in our earlier briefing and wanted to look at the specific requirements for affordable housing, if those were sufficient just in and amongst themselves. So
I'm going to ask council members.
Okay, Eric, can you can you illustrate, like, on an example, a real life example? Somebody comes over and says, I want to build this. Can I get this requirement? Can you just help me understand in a practical example so that?
Sure. So, so for example, a project comes in and wants to reduce their minimum parking, and they may propose having, a carpool program, or they might have shared vehicles, something along those lines. And they may be able to, maybe they qualify for 20% reduction, and then they'd be looking for something else to, go above that. They currently could use any of the alternatives to get to 40%. And, one of those tools would be affordable housing or proximity to transit. But we're just looking at, okay, should they be allowed to use, get up to 40% reduction with shared vehicles and these other mechanisms? But then if they're doing affordable housing, they could go an additional 25%. So affordable housing allows up to 25% reduction by itself. So should an affordable housing project that also uses other alternatives be allowed to go up to a 65% reduction? That's the possibility. And then with, let's see, with proximity to transit, I'm trying to see what that is. That's same thing, that also could be up to 25%. And so kind of the question is proximity to transit and affordable housing, are those two that merit being able to get up to a 65% reduction?
or should they just be a mechanism to get to the 40%?
This is like a concurrent or a consecutive question in my head. Are the sentences going to run concurrent or consecutive? Council members, somebody just had their hand raised, but I, Darren.
So is the second part of that question though, like, is this reduction even sufficient? Because 25% of your parking spaces, if you're restricting 25% of your units to 60% AMI, it feels like we're giving a really small incentive for something that costs the developer a lot, and they may not actually, it may result in 0 affordable units, but maybe to me, it seems like a small incentive for that, something that costs the developer quite a bit. So if I'm understanding correctly, I think that's the second part of the question, right?
I think so, Darren. And Cindy popped on. Cindy, did you have something?
Just one of the things, and this might not be relevant, so just from constituents' complaints, we sometimes hear from low-income people who don't have access to parking and then get themselves in a cycle where they're getting tickets or they're getting towed or that sort of a thing. So I don't know how you keep that balance of when you're building affordable housing, how do you avoid accidentally tipping people into another poverty problem? Just a thought.
Agreed. Andrew?
I agree with Cindy. It's tough to balance those things. We are using parking as an affordability piece based on price of land, which makes rational sense, but does lead down that path. The other concern I've got is, do we have a sense of the percentage of infill available along our trax lines in the city at this point and where they would be? My gut concern is that doing the ordinance at this point means that large portions of that trax area of the city has already been built out. And the places that haven't been built out are probably going west on North Temple. So we may incentivize more affordable housing on that corridor than other parts of the city. I'm just a little bit nervous about that. Without seeing data, I don't want to say it definitively, but I'm just thinking through 21st South is being built rapidly right now. Nothing on 17th, 13th South has some infill, but we know Ballpark's struggling as well. But if you get downtown on 4th, there's not a whole lot left. Same with the streetcar. So I'm a little bit nervous about this, even though I think it's a good move as a general idea. The effects may be further isolating affordable housing in certain areas.
I think that may be true, but those areas already have a 0 parking requirement in a lot of those, 4th South Transit Center. So this reduction in parking in lieu of affordable housing is going to be irrelevant in some of those areas, I would guess. So I think that this reduction may actually help more high opportunity areas more than it does urban connected, but I'm not sure. And I think I want to change my previous statement to that. This just seems like another layer for incentivizing affordable housing. I don't think this alone will allow affordable housing to happen, but I think this could happen in addition to other incentives for affordable housing, if I understand that correctly. It's not like you get the parking reduction or you get RDA involvement. So it seems like a small reduction in parking maybe is appropriate because there's other incentives for affordable housing, but I just think on its own, it probably won't produce affordable housing units.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, so I think it is a Councilmember Motto makes a really good point, is that these reductions really are intended for those contexts that do have a higher parking requirement. Because if you're in an area with a low one, you're not, we've already given you that incentive, primarily because either there's a bunch of alternative ways to get around, you're in a job center already, and so that incentive has already been provided in those zones off the top. And so this really is talking about those areas like the CC zone that are in the, at least right now in the general context, some of the other CB zones things like that are really hard because they're scattered citywide and in many different types of locations with different characteristics. It's really hard to put everything into even 5 contexts. And so that's what these incentives are intended for. They're not going to impact around transit. They're not going to impact in those areas in the transit context or the urban context, although maybe to some degree in the urban context, because there are some minimums there for housing, but that's where these incentives were intended. And the origin of the current code doesn't limit how many reductions you can take. So you can essentially reduce your parking to 0. And we have had places happen where that's happened where there hasn't been good alternatives or other means to get around, and it has caused some problems. And so that's really what this was focused on with the reductions. Was what we heard from the community was we want to try to address spillover parking in those areas that don't have transit primarily. But we also want to incentivize certain types of housing in areas that it may be appropriate for that type of housing now, and in the future, as things change, maybe then they can, if they build parking now, it can be repurposed into something else longer term. And those lands tend to be, although not always, and it's a pretty big generalization, tend to be have lower property values than the area around the transit stations and things like that. So it helps capitalize on some of those realities.
So it sounds, again, the question seems to be, do we want to, when it comes to these incentives, be able to stack it so that you get to, somebody could ultimately get to a total of 65% reduction, or sort of put a limit where it's only that 40% reduction?
When I'm thinking about CC and CG, I'm thinking about zoning around 3rd West going north-south. Nick, is that accurate? CG particularly? Redwood Road, where else?
So the CC zone exists primarily on the State Street, Main Street corridor south of downtown. Most of Redwood Road is zone CC, particularly between the 201 and I-80. There's a little bit on 2100 South. The CG zone is almost exclusively in 2 places, 300 West, 5600 West, and then there's a small stretch of it along 2100 South west of I-15.
So when we talked about sort of the impacts, yes, you're right, North Temple won't be impacted, but these zones, if that's sort of in their mind right now, they are concentrated in certain areas. It's hard to have this discussion without our transportation master plan overlay and discussing that as well, but I think there will be some impacts potentially.
I guess, so council members, what would you like to do at this point? I feel like there's still a lot of unanswered questions for people, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to help staff and help council members move forward in one direction or another with this ordinance. Yes, Andrew.
I'm thinking about the parking in relationship to transportation, and Nick said vocational opportunities, job centers, right? I don't know if this would be helpful or not, but visually for me, as I'm looking at the city on the map and trying to compare the impact of a zoning change like this to promote, I think, more densification, lower housing costs, I hope, long-term. I think I got to think of it in terms of the transportation, not just now, but maybe our plans. Because if we're going to go forward and say, these areas will become more dense, but we're also planning very clearly on a transit corridor, 15-minute transit corridor here. I think it's an easy discussion for me to have as that planning. We are planning ahead this way. It's not doing our best without seeing everything. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but in my head right now, that keeps coming up for me about if I'm going to explain this to folks, I got to sort of explain it through maps and sort of long-term planning for us.
Okay. Other thoughts? I appreciate that, Andrew. Okay, I don't see any other questions. I don't have any answers for y'all. But I think that Andrew has a good point in sort of looking at we have to look at a lot of different levels in something like this, perhaps. So if there's no further discussion here, then next, and I'm glad we muddied the waters for y'all, but you should be used to that by now. There's nothing scheduled next. I think that we can have a couple small group meetings. I'd like to meet with you, Nick, and go over some of the concerns and some of the things that we've talked about, and then we can reschedule this.
Madam Chair, there's at least 2 other items on there that we're kind of looking at.
Sure.
One is the issue of loading berths, and we put a proposal in there to reduce them slightly. What was originally shown was direction from the consultant we had received, but looking at that, we felt it was probably requiring too much and was taking away from project. It was becoming challenging with some of the smaller projects, and so there is a proposal in there. I'm not seeing exactly where it is here. Let's see. It talks about those loading berths.
It's in item number 3 on the questions list.
Yeah.
It's right below the others. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a proposal written in there that we think is maybe a little bit more appropriate for smaller developments to only require 1 loading berth. And anyways, just kind of a new criteria there you can see. And the other one is we'd like to talk about parking maximums for multifamily uses. And we're just, again, same type of scenario. What's written in there is a direction from the consultant, but we are concerned that possibly in some contexts, the maximums might be a little high and might want to be examined.
Council members?
What's a loading berth? Or just like moving in and out of your apartment?
Exactly. Yeah, moving in and out. Person comes to do a remodel, maintenance guys, things like that. Just having that space for those type of activities, deliveries and whatnot to take place. What we're finding is that maybe on some of the smaller buildings that those requirements were going to be pretty heavy-handed towards the developers and take away valuable space that could be used for something else. So kind of thought that maybe there was alternatives they can use. The smaller deliveries and things like that can pull in a parking area. They can pull in the median. They can pull in some other area, and that maybe that wasn't necessary. So
I am all for making smaller projects easier to build if that's what we need to do.
I'm with you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Because how much is a loading berth compared to a parking spot? 2 loading berths or 1 loading berth, 2 parking spots, 3 parking spots worth?
No, it's actually pretty significant. I think the small ones are 45 feet in depth by probably 15 feet in width. And then the large ones are I think 65 or 70 feet deep, because they have to accommodate big trailers, big moving vans. So they're pretty big. What happens, a lot of places don't have them, and what happens is that they end up parking right on the street, and we get a ton of complaints and issues when that happens. And so that's why it's a requirement.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
it's not like an interior loading dock, though. It's just a parking space on the lot where, okay.
It doesn't have to be. A lot of the bigger projects will put them inside because they can accommodate them where they're doing their service and all their mechanical and everything else. But it really is impactful for small projects. A lot of them will use their driveway basically, especially if they have a surface parking lot to the side or the rear or something like that, and just block everybody in. But they tend to give their tenants some notice, I think, when that happens, hopefully.
Madam Chair. So one of these loading berths, because this could be also have a loading dock, that could be a significantly high number of just regular parking spots, increasing the cost of just the affordable housing side. Just for that, and the maneuverability of an 18-wheeler going in and out. So you're talking a lot of space here for one additional spot.
Yeah, most affordable housing projects will incorporate it into they have surface parking into their surface parking or into their driveway. So they're well aware of that. And if they provide space that meets that intent, it doesn't have to be inside the building.
Well, I'm in favor of reducing them.
Let's go with staff's recommendation.
done. There you go.
One done.
So then the next would be that issue on the maximums in multifamily. And that's near the end of the report there. That table showing the maximums by context for multifamily.
Yeah, it's item number 6. And the table should be below that. Yeah. Okay. I apologize. The table is in the staff report, and I thought it was on this page.
I'm okay with this table, but this is my non-experience in planning, zoning, and parking. So I tend to turn to the experts, and if you guys seem okay with it, then I seem okay with it. Darren?
What page of the staff report is it on?
It's on page 6.
Well, it's not page 6. It's the staff report page would be
Yeah, it's right there.
I think
You're
those
right,
are good.
Madam Chair, it is on page 6 of the staff report. But that's the table. That is the table.
Is there a proposal from staff to change that maximum to something specific?
So I think the issue that we may have is that because the maximum is the same across the board for all contexts, we could have a situation where somebody is building particularly a large apartment building in a very transit rich area and essentially overpark it. And while that doesn't sound like it's that big of a deal, what it really does is parking is one of the major influences that induces driving. And the availability, when it's super easy to park a car, most people are gonna pick the car as their choice of transportation. And so if we're providing a bunch of parking everywhere, we're gonna get a bunch of cars everywhere. And so the maximum parking allowed, it also coincides with the parking structure thing, which lifts, basically, if you're building parking structure, there's no maximum. And so that's something that came from our consultant that I think we have some concerns with, because we do think it induces more driving than if that were lower.
I don't see did you have a proposal on what you would reduce it by? I didn't see that.
We don't at this point, because we wanted to get some council direction on whether we should even go down that path and try to figure something out, and go from there. We do already have some current maximums that, for the most part, in our transit areas where they're really low, tend to work okay. And from what we're hearing from developers and owners of apartment buildings, for example, on 400 South, some of those entities that own the newer buildings there have said their utilization rates are less than 1, meaning they go out and they count how many available spaces there are at various points in time, particularly in the evening hours, in the middle of the night, when most tenants will be in their apartment. And it's less than 1 unit or 1 stall per unit. Some of them go down, from what I've been told, and unfortunately they don't share this data with us, but they just tell us. So it's to some degree it's anecdotal, but the lowest I think that I've heard anyone say was about 0.6, and that's a reflection partly of the cost of parking, but also the need for people, in which they also tell us that there's a growing number of tenants who are not owning cars, or at least they're not indicating to the apartment owner that they're owning cars. And then in other areas, we have more than some of that evidence is that, particularly around like Gateway, where occupancy rates for parking are above 1, and it's what they're telling us is that it's primarily due to safety, meaning their occupants don't feel comfortable walking or biking out on their street. And so that one tells us a couple of things, is that if walking and biking, whether it's to your destination or to transit, isn't safe, you're not going to use it. And 2, if you have parking available, you're going to use that because you perceive that to be safer.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'm not really inclined to maybe address this quite yet. I hear what Nick's saying about the maximums being the same across, and some folks perhaps the overbuilding. I'm just not hearing the overbuilding yet. I've heard at least one developer come to me and say we're purposely building more to be a different amenity than everything around us, and everything around us is less than 1, less than half actually in some cases on a tracks line. But for the most part, I'm not hearing that. So I don't know if this is a major issue, Nick, or something that's potential. It's just hard to tell at this point if there's a disincentive or an incentive.
So the only where it becomes a bigger issue than it is particularly if someone's building surface parking, because that takes up so much land, and it has all kinds of implications, all the way from property tax policy to walkability and storm drainage and everything else. And it's one of the reasons why surface parking in general is pretty impactful, more than just seeing it. That's where the primary thing is, but surface parking is also probably, other than never developed land, is probably the easiest land to develop, with the exception of when there's storm drainage is put under the parking lot. Then it becomes much more expensive to redevelop that parking lot because you have to redesign your storm drain system before it goes into the city system. So it's a balancing act for sure, but it's more of a long-term problem than it is a short-term problem.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I don't want surface parking lots, so if staff thinks that that's a real concern, I would be okay changing that. I just don't see a lot of appetite from the development community to build a lot of parking right now. It seems like everyone's wanting to do the minimum, so I'm fine decreasing the maximum. I'm not sure that it matters a ton just because land values are so high that I don't think anyone's wanting to build giant surface parking lots. At least I hope they're not. So.
Okay, other thoughts? Cindy, did you have something?
Just a worry, because this is so complicated and it's so far reaching. And I think the potential to have some unintended consequences is pretty high. So we haven't been going through in a linear way with each of the categories. So I don't know if everybody can follow everything. I know that Councilmember Mono can because he has a greater level of involvement in this type of thing. So I just want to kind of see does it make sense to offer small group briefings or something like that, just so that, just in case, because some of the issues seem significant. I'm just worrying.
No,
Put it this way.
No, I think that's a good idea, Cindy. Yes, Chris?
I was just gonna say, I think this is not something we're gonna solve tonight, and we're not gonna get the answers that we need tonight. So can I offer small group meetings also, or offer my support for the suggestion of small group meetings? And people can bring all of these concerns into those meetings or not have meetings if they don't want to have them.
I second that.
Okay. Look forward to hearing from us, team.
So just real quick on those small group meetings, I think it would be beneficial if we take what we've heard and put together a summary of a presentation so that it's easier to follow. We can see how it flows. That will probably take us a little bit of time to put together, just giving a heads up on that. But we're happy to do whatever we can to move the conversation along and provide the council with the information you need to make good decisions. So we'll do what we can.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. Thanks, everyone. We will look forward to having a continued conversation on this and small group meetings. All right. We are on item number 9, a resolution of the Recycling Market Development Zone Program. And Sam from our council office and Debbie Lyons from the Sustainability Deputy Director are here, so I'll turn it over to Sam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The item before you, Recycling Market Development Zone Resolution. So I'm sorry, I've accidentally closed the page where I had my notes up. In 1996, the state of Utah made it possible for cities in Utah to create a zone where a certain kind of economic development incentive can be offered for businesses that are eligible to locate there and do locate there. In Salt Lake City, the designated area, the actual zone itself for the recycling market development is coextensive with the M1 and M2 zoning, where that zoning occurs north of 600 North or west of the belt route, west of I-215. So what it does basically is for businesses that locate to the area, certain state tax credits can be accessed. So like income tax credits can be accessed by virtue of the business locating in that area. The type of business that that would be eligible to participate through this program would be like a recycling business. So a notable vendor that has used this program in Salt Lake in the past, I think, is Momentum Glass Recycling. Debbie can correct me. I believe I remember seeing them in the transmittal. So that's an example of how the program can be used to attract businesses to locate in these recycling market development zones. Has the benefit for the commercial entity, obviously, of allowing them to access the tax incentives. Has a benefit for the city, of course, the economic development benefit for the city. And then the city, by statute, is also obligated to offer certain contributions to businesses, to offer things that help them develop. So in Salt Lake City, if a business locates in the RMDZ, they can access enhanced development project coordination through city planning services. They can access business development assistance, and they can also access Salt Lake City's Economic Development Loan Fund. Salt Lake City started doing the program in 2010. It's a requirement in state law that cities reauthorize every 5 years. So this is that request for reauthorization on the 5-year cycle. If council members are comfortable with it, the item could be adopted as soon as next week's formal meeting. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to Debbie and the administration for questions and other background and stuff.
I don't have a lot to add other than it is an overlay zone. It doesn't change any usage in those M1 and M2 areas. So, and it just simply allows businesses to access those tax credits. I'll answer any questions. I don't really have anything more to add to that.
Council members, any questions here? Andrew?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Is it just a mistake on the policy question number 2, identifying I-216 and north of 600 North? Pretty sure it's south of 600 North, is that right?
There is a small area zoned, I can't remember M1 or M2, that is north of 6 North. That's not west of 215.
Anna?
Thanks, Debbie. So have we been successful in attracting this type of businesses?
Yeah, I would say the biggest success is the glass recycling program that we have. That's very successful. We also attracted a mattress recycler, so we're able to recycle all the mattresses collected through Call to Haul. And then the other significant one that I would point out is we used to have a scrap metal recycler that was right on 9th South by the Fleet Yard, and they relocated to an M1. They were grandfathered into that area, and they used the tax benefits to relocate to an M2 area. Those are the most significant businesses that I would.
Very cool. Thank you.
Any other questions, council members? Okay, I think that we could probably put this on for adoption on the 20th, unless I see somebody's thumb down. So if everyone's okay, put a thumbs up. There we go.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you. We are on to the report of the chair and vice chair. Jamesy, do you have anything?
You know, I don't, Madam Chair.
I don't have anything either. So, We're on to the report and announcements from our lovely Executive Director, Cindy Gus Jensen.
Gee, we, as far as I know, I don't have anything either, but we do have our limited formal meeting in just a moment.
I forgot about that. Okie doke.
Credit to Jennifer for reminding me.
So everyone, switch on over to the limited formal meeting. It's somewhere in the 82 invites that you got today.